Hello, is it working? Hello? Is the stream working? Because I had some technical difficulties beforehand. Hello? Okay, I think the stream's working. I was sweating there for a minute. Anyways, Rhombus Company Island! It's here! It's here! The collab is here! Let's go! I am so excited, man. I was trying to hold myself back from like watching any like of the content. Any of the YouTube content, at least. Because I want to be transparent here with everyone. I did play the Mirror Dungeon beforehand. Because I really couldn't hold myself back from any, like, legitimate spoilers. But don't worry, I made sure to forget everything before stream. So it should still be fine. It's not like anything major happened, right? That's like in the Mirror Dungeon, right? It's not like anything major happened. Oh my god, this is sick, man. I have noticed that there's a bunch of, like, ship motif. Like, ocean sailing motif. Which, you know, Ishmael being, like, the rewards exchange guy. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, but let's get into it. Let's get into it. Immediately a battle, okay. Oh, there's hard and normal. Okay. There's hard and normal stages for this one. Oh, I'm just taking it all in. Really just taking it all in. The Unknown Sea. LCPC1. And only one enemy. Only one enemy. Are we gonna be fighting Amiya? Are we gonna be fighting Amiya? Well, okay. So Yisang, Ishmael, Honglu, and Greg. Okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. I can use Heishu. I don't want to.
지정 보호 구역에
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
This is interesting. Because these aren't the four that have the... I mean... Like... three of the four of these guys do have the ego. Honglu has the ego, Gregor has the ego, and Ishmael has an ego. But why Yi Sang? Why not Faust? That's interesting.
어머, 부탁드려요.
That's very interesting, actually. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. Is it just gonna be like the start of Arknight, where uh Dante wakes up to like Amiya when we ran into an abnormality? But when Saw told us that Hongyuan's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities, the abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere with my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I gonna be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away in is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Teh. By the way, is this gonna be voice acted? I don't think it is. Because... Oh, wait a minute. Considering this is an intervallo, will it have a rerun where it gets voice acted? That might not be the case, considering this is an Arknights event. Maybe we'll get Arknights event part 2 if they decide to collab again, and then it's just gonna be a rerun of this again. That could be like an interesting like thought. So there could be a chance, but then again, they already gave us hard mode, which would normally come with like a rerun. So who knows? This might just be a one-time thing. And considering like it said in the front that claim your rewards before it's gone forever, which means this is certainly not coming back. Which means if we're excluding this from like the in-between intervalos, that would mean there would be only one intervalo in between Hong Lu's canto and Ryoshu's canto, which is a shame, really. Preferably, I'd like to have like more stuff on like Ryoshu. Like, to have my cake and eat it too. I would like both more Ryoshu lore before her canto and the Arknights collab. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think after the Arknights collab, it's immediately the next canto. Which, again, is a shame. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessness, my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you... Dante? Hmm? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves. And there's Amiya. And a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah! Oh, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... Gah! I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so... were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So... where? We're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? Up a little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. By the way, Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we were next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I see that Dante got isekai'd. Dante just straight up got isekai'd. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Oh, a Mia sprite. They didn't just use the Arknights one, they made a new one. She looks so small and... she looks so small! Was Amiya always this small? I feel like she shrunk. I remember her being like way taller. Oh, she looks so adorable. Head pat the child. Head pat the small child. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. And you can understand me? Hold the phone! How can you understand Dante? Shouldn't the sinners be the only one to understand Dante? So, this clock head does come in handy. Gah. Gah. Manager Bud. Dante. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Oh, Gregor! Honglu! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Are you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. You should go get that checked. Well, huh? Read, please. You should go get that checked out, just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. Uh, so, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that Lobotomy Corp branch Kichin told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake. Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The the outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. How can you hear me? Speaking of which, who are you? Another thing, how can you hear me? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that... It's just... all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... Actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least, not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins. Probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. It's like, what was it called again? Those, isekais that I've heard so much about. Grandma was a big fan of isekais. She said... She sent the entire Kong family into an isekai. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before. So, seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Foss' input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptick to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? At a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yisang are the other half of the search party. And we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Poo-hoo? We got the news early thanks to Mia's comms gear. But the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh. Right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head back to the village for now. Something seems to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. I've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then, how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Kaltzit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally?! Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? Oh dear God, you're gonna get deported, Amiya. Amiya, don't you know this is this is gonna get you deported? You're gonna be in a federal prison. They're gonna send you back to your home country. Oh God. We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait. What about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, There! As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed towards the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? Oh, yo, Scotty! If I'm getting that name correct, that's Scotty, right? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. And Ishmael and Isang, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in my way. You're in the way. I mean, you needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... Come on. Better have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisang! Ishmael! Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3-day-long search. What a relief. We're all really worried that we might never be able to find you. Hoo-hoo. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Keltitz mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sickly noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled a heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze await strange monsters. Unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself, is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante. What do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales. But even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't that seem like we can talk things out with them, though? But I read that wrong. Hold on, I read that wrong. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out. My reading comprehension is poor. Dang. It's Amiya! It's Amiya! Get him, boys!
타겟 포착 1시 반.
여기가 엽속이군.
Go get him! Oh dang, sinking? Oh dang, Yisang! Right, I also saw this. They can give nerve damage. They're weak to everything, though. So that's nice.
위험인물 발견. 대범의 머리가 쪼개지지 않았을 테니.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
敵は深手を負っています。
What does defensive stance do again?
짧게 부탁드리죠.
Okay. I was trying to remember if it like did like the hate you thing. But then I remembered no, it did not. And it's just you're able to clash with anything even if your speed's lower.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
그 삶의 마침표를.
ハッターのように優れた式ですね。
하?
이 전투에 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Yi-Sang's getting a lot of nerve damage.
オペレーター並みの腕前です。
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
그 삶의 마침표를.
하나를 찔렀어.
편히 쉬시게.
Yeah, that's dead.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
엘리트オペレーター並みの腕
위험인물
前です。
발견. 제압할게요.
여기가 이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀어.
잠든
And
그대를
it's
기릴
over. Nice. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half, while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breaths after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And a head of clock. I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? Hmm? What's up? No. I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. That's what I'm saying! Yeah. What's going on here? Huh, yeah. It completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too. But I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Mia that I felt from them. Damien mentioned. So she can read me like how Virgilius can, I guess. She's just as good at inferring as Virgilius is. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a while. I mean, God. I can't read! My God! That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Hong Lu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Also, Mr. Schmel, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you certainly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. You mean a fully functioning clock, right? I do know that it's not very far, though. We just need to work along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction, yeah. Listen, my clock head doesn't work like a clock. It's more of a decorative piece. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then, why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coastline of the Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So, how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Probably the same way people are able to build a village inside of the guts of a whale. The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. I don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village.
한자루는 죽어 떠난 자에 대한 축하.
Ooh!
한자루는
Rewards!
목숨에 묶여 살아갈 자에 대한 엄숙한 애도를.
It's because it also counts for normal.
이상으로 끝내겠소.
The village of the dead lighthouse. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Murto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah. There's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where... This is Dawn, right? We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sails. Oh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answer, ye dogs! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of the vessel, Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures of the great Lick. Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? You found Clockhead? I hope that didn't pick the mic too much. Burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcas with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Hello? I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhode Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand tale, yet that is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring to only Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a slight nod, and we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. She's so happy that she's known as a savior to the people. So, I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? Well, what if they're from the Inquisition?
Oh no. What do we do after all that we went through to get here?
Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC, then PTSD.
You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is.
I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help somewhere else? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts here. We are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any places that look like this. Though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter.
We can't have that. Hi. We're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of Justice!
Yeah, that. Fixers of Oi! Don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. There. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? And these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this doesn't concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back to somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be... No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, and she pulls me by my hems. She whispered in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So, it's still connected, at least.
Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension. The cause could be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train.
So, to get back to where we came from,
Indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution.
and from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea.
Yes, well, I'm also a genius, after all.
I mean, I don't doubt that.
Mia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts.
Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for.
With high likelihood, yes.
At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core part ship-shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy by looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest.
Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for?
Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here, I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis' efforts at repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh?
As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rogic keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Is that why her coat's so big? They did offer us some nosh, those fried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay tonight? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself! I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are the leader of a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Ha ha! I'm just surprised at her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faramurta. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Tried to fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here, by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in? Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Ager language? Ager language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoken Agerian language. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Agerian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have something to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Yeah. We can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 of us. 15 or so of us, I mean. Okay, and now we're ready. With the curtains on the windows removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa! I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that worked. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon to me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer's soup.
Don, no. Don't. We remember what happened back at the chicken restaurant. We ain't letting you cook again. No.
You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No. You're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest,
Only Yi-san could stomach that.
as many of our fellows, viscera, are off the rack with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right. Don't you remember? We agreed to leave the cooking to Mur or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this, remember?
Did we?
See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? They were the only two who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied! We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleague, Samia? Reach your colleague, Samia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices. Or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know. But I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kaltitz, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curious lingered within me. Thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island's helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen throughout the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. I'm guessing that's in reference to Canto 4. Yi-sang's Canto. There are many in Terra who suffer from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appears to be the obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the backstreet, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be more worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Isang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible inhuman conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn into dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then, Rhodes Island's goal has to be... Yes, it's important to develop a cure for oropathy, but... I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. It's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that's what gives your efforts more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. Stop! Stop! For truth! The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of places with too many pointless rules? The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse? Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds really go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shouts shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by, untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth victors of justice too! Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. Oh. Ha. How, farest thou? Farest thy foot? You gotta apologize first. Last seems a tad bit too hyper today. Oi! Which one of you gave her sugar?
You know she's not allowed to have any.
Apologies for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? To... Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The Fixers of Justice rose up to... do what?
Oh! Oh! Hast thou come to hear the tale of Fixers?
I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down.
Ahem.
Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep.
Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here.
You ungovernable fool! Calm down! We don't even know who she is! And don't you forget to share those tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou mayest makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. My name's Mayers. I'm, how should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps.
Oh, that nice guy? So, you had a granddaughter.
Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayor. Under the weather. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Roger said, while we didn't see mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me? Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though, I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyway, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea.
You, did?
Ho! Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via listening device most secretive upon our chambers? Mayor tapped a side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see.
I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once.
Well, I guess that's good enough for a self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to evils of the city?
Indubitably, then. This shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the art magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath... I thought bait was real! I thought fate could be believable. shit! Is that the red mist? Ah! Was not expecting a red mist mention. Holy. Hello, welcome to the stream. I got to the part where they mentioned the red mist. I thought fate used to be believable, but holy shit! I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. Nerk. Ah. Oh, did Heathcliff pass out? I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventure without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise. Is she? Oh, she is. She definitely is. Huh? I guess it's okay, since the mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Mia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with figures of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Sure. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess. If you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in just a world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Hmm? Something wrong? No, I just thought Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa! What happened then? The spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood on our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of master most unworthy? I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventure in Hongyuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that! Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a chance to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? It's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. You're safe, Sinclair. She's not here to hurt you anymore. Your mean, obsessive stalker is no longer here to hurt you. Remember? Remember, she's dead now. She's dead. She's been split in half. You're fine now, Sinclair. You're fine. There's no need to worry anymore, Sinclair. You're safe now. Relatively. Yeah, the Nagel und Hammer we saw back at Cal aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcitz, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kinda makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever length to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. They... an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so, following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kinda troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But I must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family's died.
Reminds me of someone. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But the Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore thou hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yet, I know. But it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. New path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seems that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Okay, another fight. Free lunacy. Before I begin this one, I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the toilet real quick. So, be right back. It shouldn't take too long. Unless I fall in, of course. I'm back. Okay, let's get this started. I know they're like... So... Pierce slash Gloom and... Gloom and Sloth. So it would make sense to just bring a sinking team, right?
흔들어 보죠.
Would just make sense.
관
사냥.
열쇠가 필요하시.
불청객을 맞이.
부르신다면 언제든
복지
부르신다면 언제든
출발합니다.
Should be fine.
진리를 열기 위해.
It's so big.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia.
Ha! I espy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas.
Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses. Is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed.
Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, and its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concern a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless the parts are unfamiliar to Faust, are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine. Remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb to the ship? No. There's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat's afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Roy, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. No. We're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, he says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated.
As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it doesn't seem a but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope. And no islet there. Blimey, lass. You sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? Haha, what? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Ager. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What you on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, Oi! To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Oh, Heathcliff is not happy that you called him stupid again. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. Thank you, Yi-sang. Thank you. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start cabin like that again. So, what you on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulders with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance considered consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's the food they packed when they first came to Faro Mierta. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea-terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them they're planning to use the fact that they're on the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. Damn, Heathcliff, I didn't know you were this articulate. What's with the annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? I had somewhat of an education back at Wuthering Heights. Heh. Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... Ah! I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi! Get back here! Ahem. Now, put those fools out of the conversation. Was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Ager will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not Ager. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Iger for no reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Is this reminding Don Quixote of La Mancha land? Because I can see the comparison. Prithee, may thou explain to us who the Iger are? I had initially thought of it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe they're something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk? If they call themselves Nest Tops Iger here, then does that make the rabbit-eared lass Iger too? Wait.
Hold on. I'm tuning the voice.
Wait. In the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called cuckoo spawns. However, a general rule, it can be said that humans are... excuse me. Humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Kota's ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Ager, though it's not a characteristic every Ager shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appeared to be, blood fiends. Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Merceau stepped in to continue. By context and the manner of word usage including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures comparable to sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Iger are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subject of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty similar. Pretty familiar to the city folk like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings. Kids born in the backstreets. People who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The forms differ, yet in its essence, we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way! The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Whoa. Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are they the sea terrors you encountered yesterday? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight young mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then, let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further.
날카롭고
Get him!
정확하게 아무것도 남지 마라.
Been a while since I used the sinking theme.
여기가 복성지.
Yeah.
잠든 그대
These guys don't really seem like all that big of an issue, really. Like, we're handling them fine. Like, this is a this is a drastic difference from Hong Yuan.
이딴과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
Like, no struggling right off the bat? This is great! I wonder what's the recommended level for this. I didn't check earlier. I think it's like 55. Like how it normally is. But it could be lower because it's an event that I think everyone can access. Because, you know, they don't want to gatekeep the Arknights event to people that finish the game. Or like finish until the newest content.
하나를 찔렀을 뿐.
나아가 주게.
정리하겠습니다. 기대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버리자. 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
직접 놓아주마. 무차 잠들어.
By the way, I just want to mention that mission accomplished. I love how they implemented the Arknights like mission accomplished thing. That's so good. Oh my god! The Arknights made the Arknights like background music! I just noticed that! Oh my god! That's so good! That's actually so good! I love how they added that! Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, so it is level 55. I'm guessing the difficulty of this is less than like Hong Yuan's difficulty, or like
와일드
Hong Lu's
헌트다.
Kanto. I don't think it's gonna be as difficult.
편히 쉬시게.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oh, this is resisted.
정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
That's not good.
소매는 단정하지 않군요.
I think the new guy we need to be wary about.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
방심했어.
깨닫힌 지성.
Oh, yikes. Okay, that's a lot to endure. So you are the issue. I am now seeing.
여기다.
정확하게.
비명을 질러.
Okay. Yep, you are definitely the issue. You know, maybe I was wrong about my assessment about this being easier than than our Yep, okay, there's the struggling. Okay, now I'm feeling it. Yeah, I may have been too hasty on my previous decision, or my previous like review of the difficulty.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Because it might be at the same level.
직접 밝혀주마.
Well, at least it's staggered.
나아가 주게.
지키기 위해서.
꿈속에서 비명을 질러.
기대와 다른 것들을 모조리 치워버린.
Oh, what's this? Hold on, what's this? Inflict all enemies? Oh god. We are suffering nerve damage right now.
겁나를 내게 받쳐주지.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Yeah, that's kinda bad.
꿈속에서
깊게 닫힌 지성. 깊게 닫힌 지성. 나아가 주게.
Isang. And he's staggered.
열어젖힌다. 밝게 열어젖힌다.
Okay, maybe I've underestimated this. Maybe we are actually gonna get our butts kicked in. The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. The terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to the sea, even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away.
It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We were doing peachy, but... What about the ship? Fao, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. So, I noticed during the battle... I might be wrong, of course, but... I think I noticed how, around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but... Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting of a researcher. Yet, the transformation of fascination to idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of the whales. Then... Can they adapt to learning a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went around at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One to communicate with humans, the other to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. Oh, what about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city. Did it really... How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayor? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We've got the culprit here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah. She's been talking no stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blab about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, Fee, I would simply not. That's interesting. Mayor knows about the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Interesting. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out towards the sea, worried that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by chance worship Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desires for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were all conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs complete. I'm guessing repairs are done? I can't tell if that's a spelling error, if that's like a grammatical error, or if Dante's trying to say, like, I'm guessing repairs are done, emphasizing it being like fully done. Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Do you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
끝인가? 정말 한 돌도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지 않네? 그지?
First batch of lunacy, I'm guessing. Yep, there's lunacy here too. We get double the rewards. This is gonna be so good for pulling later. Oh, the Inquisitor! Oh! That doesn't sound good. There's something going on in this village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor! I think we've been found. Oh no. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackled village. I'm gonna guess this is somebody that's known in Arknights, but I have no idea who this is. I don't think I've gotten that far yet. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here. Now, every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broke a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They have disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast lurkin. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What? What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a new suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live in a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fine beast jerky to the villagers. Or carry Aegirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kalsitz told us that the words of Inquisitors are pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers had fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered up outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is a standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came to the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take the risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither of you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. You. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. Hmm. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to an Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them.
This might not end well.
I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right. There's no way Ryoshi would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitors seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to, reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. What? What language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberian close-border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we also have illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demanded urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. They put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to highly suspicious Ager. That highly suspicious Ager. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up here only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, and he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Heathcliff, remember the situation back in Hong Yuan. Remember? We're dealing with a political situation here. We don't want to do anything that might, you know, spark kind of like some war or something. I don't think that's in our best interest. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much touch the tip of a single villager's hair... Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. Thank you, Honglu. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean, literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? And shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberians straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with these obstructions of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of the local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents like Miss Mayer told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encorp we saw back at Call. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayor? I can answer your questions. So, for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayor, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and thy villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you... what do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayor's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Excuse me? Excuse me, you're turning on us now? Don't get me wrong, I knew it was coming. But now, of all times, I thought it would be later on.
Also, I'm gonna be right back.
Again. I need to go refill my water. Be right back.
And we're back.
Okay.
Can't believe you're turning on us now.
I thought we'd still be cool for a couple more nodes.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
You... Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborne carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like this.
The only kind of silence I've heard of is the black kind.
It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came in. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of that information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands.
So that's why they're arresting the egg for left and right. I can see the thought process, but... Huh?
So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want us to arrest us. Dante.
This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of, taboo-like thing for the Inquisition.
The Inquisitor wordily stared at Mayors. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified. No, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. but most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Book it! Quick on the uptake as always, Roger slung mares over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scatter in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all the action, Don Quixote rushes towards the Inquisitor without a moment of hesitation. Ho! Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou prosecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In the moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Calcits? Monitor. Yup, it's Calcits. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster bursts forth between the two of them. Gah! Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcits! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcits, Rhode Island's medical department. Ah! Dr. Calcits, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity of Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcits managed to deflect it, and the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standards for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand, instead of deliberating on a taboo that the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination, ally, might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calcits? Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So, they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayor is lying to us.
Well, hold on. You've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time?
I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. Unexpected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there's no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon. Sorry. It seems that we've marred you in this trouble. Say no such thing! We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes! The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth and stabs Don Quixote, right? And I immediately knew what Celtis was about to say. Don't worry, we're fine. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that, but... Blimey! We are now departing for the sea, yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our blood kin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it. The Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. Don't worry, we can bring them back. And it seems that they were coming for me as well. Amiya! On your left! Amiya materials a black ribbon-like apparition, tearing away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Was I actually stabbed? The charging villager back made a visceral crunching noise. Never mind, it was someone else. Okay, we are fine. We have not gotten stabbed. Just someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Calcit's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. Oh, I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. You mean a sea foam? Until we were obstructed. I apologize for For our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And, even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry. It came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. Wait a minute, we're immune to that. It should be like the pallid whale, right? We should be fine. What? That's... Not a very big deal, actually. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but... Hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least peaceful way, you know? Because, you know... sorry. Was the last part kinda too much to ask? Wait. Don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhode Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but... I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kinda tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But... Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes. It's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty! Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. Yeah, don't worry. Death is not a concept to us. I mean, to them. To me it is. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold, worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cause seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Oh my god, look at Don Quixote's smile! Don looks bloodthirsty! I mean, to be fair, she is a blood fiend, so given that she is bloodthirsty, but oh my god! She looks so ready for revenge! You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt know pain, the price for making a mockery of justice! Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. Oh, unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Yeah, now we're gonna kick their ass. Get 'em, boys!
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Give 'em all the depression.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
찢어 밝혀주마.
They're gaining a lot of SP. Like, that's a lot of SP.
이 전투의 명예 따위.
We're even mitigating it with sinking.
소맨이 단정하지 않군요.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
Oh. Like, they're 44 already. Do you have something that heals other people's sanity? Oh well.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
편히 쉬시게.
이 전투의 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Like, he has 45 SP. Get on the horse, Heathcliff. Get on the horse.
즉시 퇴거하시지요.
듀라디아. 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Heathcliff, get ready to lament more in despair. I just realized this is... I've been using win rate this entire time. I did not even notice that this was like a human fight. I mean, not a human... that this was a focus encounter. Did not notice that in the slightest. But even still, we were winning. So don't focus on this guy. Yeah, should be fine.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
여기가 엽속이군.
저 발긴다. 주라하니여. 무차 잠들어.
Let this man know what it's like to lament, mourn, and despair.
지키기 위해서.
Ooh.
Turn start, gain offense down per stack. Has 5 stacks of this effect. Escape battlefield? At combat start. Oh. Well, luckily that's not an issue. Luckily, that's clearly not an issue. You're fast, aren't you?
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh no.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
And now you're staggered.
And you're negative 45 SP.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
지키기 위해서.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Well, only one thing left to do now. Heathcliff, give him the give him the lament, mourn, and despair. Heathcliff, make him regret he ever lived.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oh wait, how much SP did I have? God damn it! I messed up. Damn, I thought that would have been funny. Damn it, I was too low SP. I didn't see if I was 15 SP. God damn it, that would have been so funny if it happened.
그쪽으로.
Just kill him.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
Mission accomplished.
Not even. God.
It would have been so cool.
Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel... The vessel masses. Wait, but we never told them that. The ship was repaired. So how... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get to the ship floating even if it's in broken state. Vessel masses. Vessel rebellion. Villas masses. The ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior. The name. It must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel masses soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this gateway had all been premeditated, leaving only mayors. Guess we have to do some interrogation. Strap her to the chair.
낮은 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까
Strap her to the chair.
전체 이제
Get
가을을
ready to
내려줄 나이가
cloth.
없어졌지?
We're gonna waterboard her.
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Damn it. Can't we just take on any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it's a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No. Not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes. But most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one? As far as I know, the one is Gran Faro, but the lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Hmm? Really? Are you really going to give me one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet, young Scotty has already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us all at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question. But let's not think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says... Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least, not right now. Paramirta, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somehow, somewhere, a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're gonna trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhode Island operator? You're talking about the Cottis, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust? Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the Eiger. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that, in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel of Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all.
I need to drink water.
Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimensional Door, while Rhodes Islands will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're gonna just hand it over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have 8 of the art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3, 4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology, so I doubt that anyone out there who can work. I doubt there's anyone out there who can work with it anymore. Then, you needn't worry. Worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city who. So we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then we all head to the lighthouse together. Then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No. I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya's and Scotty's remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean by take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse, called the Eye of Iberia? A likely suspicion. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when you approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to the mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If there's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Masses Retrieval. Righto. Step one of the... That's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee. Employee? Employee? The image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis. For the charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to the step 2 immediately. I'm guessing more of these guys. And this guy. Nether Sea Founder. It's still Gloom and Sloth. Dang, we're getting some really good mileage out of our out of the sinking team.
다음 오창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said. But now, these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Ugh! Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this such a coward? Why is this one such a coward, unlike the rest of you outsiders? Remember, Sinclair, remember your training. You went to school, remember? I'm not a coward. I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Isang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wits remain unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. How wild? Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind, just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what he's trying to say is that he's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissue. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you try to open this door? Oi! Move over! I'll pull from the right, you grab the left, and... We'll all pull together. At 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? Is there like an open window we can just get into? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It retracts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but should we go fetch her? But I think he's already fighting off sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So, which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It is no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper, cuts through. And through that opening I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Oh, we're getting this is the lore reason why we have Arknights ego. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is Ishmael. Dante, are you alright? I'm good. And I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Okay! Here we go!
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Oh, the ego animation. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is! This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here in lieu of a mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Mia's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Mia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences. So, I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that Scotty is. That is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego! Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from other kinds of ego which are bloomed from within oneself. Wait, how do you know that? That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet, it matters not whether young Mayors or young Amiha learns of this. I agree with this fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Oh, ain't it better to let her talk her heart out? You moan and whine about not being able to say anything. I am convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So, there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Okay, it's one of these, but... And we have this. Which, honestly, I have no idea what it does. Nether Sea Brand. How do you get Nether Sea Brand? Oh, wait. But... I guess we'll just figure it out as we go. Should be fine.
이쪽으로.
편히 쉬시게.
직접 밝혀주마.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
깊게 닫힌 지상을 밝게 열어젖힌다.
This one's dangerous though. Because it gives nervous impairment on Unbreakable Coin. So I feel like it's best not to clash with it. Unless, like, absolutely necessary.
이 땅과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
너도 누군가에게 맡기지. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
그대 또한 잠들게.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
즉시 퇴거하시지요.
Hmm. I want to get Coffin. If I remember correctly, you get Coffin on kill. It's been a while since I used Wild Hunt.
겁나를 내게 받쳐주지. 여기가 엽석이군.
Yikes.
겁나를 내게 받쳐주지.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록 구대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
비명을 질러라.
겁나를 내게 받쳐주지.
그대 또한 잠들게.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록 구대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
찢어 놓아주마.
Does this thing use anything other than counter? Oh, it's in standby state. I guess we can just ignore it. If it's not gonna do anything, we can just ignore it.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
비명을 질러라.
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 앞에서 끝나도 지킬 게 많거든.
이쪽으로.
이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀을 뿐.
풍속에서 비명을 질러라.
Oh my god, Heathcliff! Why'd you hit the guy in the standby state?
벽에 닫힌 지사에게 열어젖힌다.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Well, I mean, it's fine. Struggling. Yikes.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oh, this cannot clutch.
여기가 벽속이군.
Quickly, hit it. Focus this thing down.
이쪽으로.
편히 쉬시게.
God dang, we had to reload. That's not good.
해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
Oh, you're so tanky. You know what? Shoot him, Greg.
이쪽으로.
가엾고 슬픈 아이들이군. 그저 태도를 표할 수가.
Make sure this man ever walks.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
혹시 퇴거하시죠.
The tankiness really reminds me of the sloth Pegachula. I hope that's not the case.
예전보다
I
많이
hope it
나아진 것
doesn't get
같다.
worse from there.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
Well,
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
speaking of getting worse from here, it's the sloth Pegachula. It's the sloth Pegachula. Actually, no, never mind. It's not Endure. Never mind, you're fine. We can kill you. We can take you out back.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소!
목을 내놓고 있도록. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
깊게 닫힌 지성을
소맨이 단정하지 않군요.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
이 전투에 명예 따위를 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
나아가 주게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
Ah, too slow.
나아가 주게.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
정리하겠습니다. 초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버립니다. 이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
함께 열어젖힌다.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
여기가 어제 보자. 하나를 줬지.
퇴거하시지요.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
나도 지킬 게 많거든. 꿈에는 단정하지 않군요. 날카롭고 정확하게.
풍속에서
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버립니다.
퇴거하시지요.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
풍속에서
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
And only 4 remain. Coffin him. I'm gonna deal with these guys systematically. We take out one, then we swap to the other guy.
내게 바쳐주지.
Which is probably bad for our turn count, honestly.
열어젖힌다.
This would probably be a great time for ego usage, just to get this done, like, way quicker. Let's wait for Greg to get more SP.
이쪽으로.
These guys take literal ages to take down. Oh well, we activated both of them. Thanks, Heathcliff. Get him!
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
직접 밝혀주마.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
One more. Greg, shoot him.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
지키기 위해서.
End him. Put him out back.
그죠. 해도
Make him unrecognizable. Good job, Gregor. Good job.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나?
Oh,
그렇다면
okay. We're nearly there.
끝나지 않는 거지.
I'm gonna go be away for a bit to, you know, use the restroom again. We'll be back once again. I also need to refill my water. So, be right back. And we are back. The fabled. Who are we fighting? Huh, okay. Who exactly are we fighting?
기차와
Because
같이
there's only
달려나가겠어.
one guy. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior walls, mostly undamaged, Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yi-sang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's. Ah! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor's giving way. What's going on out there? Something's rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odd shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yi-sang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. What? The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western regions Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're gonna need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. Yikes. Waves crest high and violent behind this ear-wielding knight. Don't be another Ricardo situation. Don't be another Ricardo situation. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The Roaring Knight? Hold the phone. Are we fighting against the Roaring Knight? Let's hope the knight is fraudulent, okay? Let's hope we're fighting against the roaring fraud. The knight begins to charge at us. He's fleeing the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't gonna be very easy. I can already hear Black Knife playing. What is that? Is that the like the a few notes of Lobotomy Corp's theme? Like those high notes in the background. Like it's reminiscent of it. I don't think it's like the full like thing. But one day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breath. Thus he rides against the current, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amia's fathoms, flashed briefly before my eyes, and the sea-born knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight? Roar knight? Roaring knight? Okay, let's try to talk this out diplomatically. Who will overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight? I have high hopes for Otis. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. The last knight gains 3 offense level down.
본부대로 완료했습니다.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Cold? For every cold on target? Oh my god, it really is the it really is the roaring knight. Cold? I know one character that uses cold magic in Deltarune. That uses ice magic in Deltarune. And I know that she's related to someone that's currently missing. I wonder. When this unit takes damage, it brings their health down to 0. Nullify the damage and heal back to 100. Okay, so our goal is to live. Let's try not to get snowgraved.
이 땅과 마녀에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면 정리하겠습니다.
Oh god, we're getting snowgraved. We're feeling the cold. Yo, Yisan clutched. But now all of us are freezing. What?
How do we get rid of this? Hold on. When hit, inflict 1 cold. Excuse me? With unbreakable coins? You've gotta be actually kidding me. You cannot be serious right now. Oh no, okay. Yeah, we need a clash with that one. That one looks really bad. No, none of this looks good. None of this looks remotely good. Heathcliff, I need you to board your horse. Oh god, this is gonna hit. Are we really relying on you? I don't want to rely on favored. That doesn't look good at all. I don't think I want that. Oh, that's favored. Hold on. That might work.
날카롭고 정확하게.
You have to be kidding me with the cold, man. Oh, you really have to be kidding me.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Oh, dear God. No, it's when hit. Once per skill? It's not on hit, it's when hit. Oh, we're just gonna rack up cold. Hold on, how do you... This isn't going down. We're just gonna get frozen. Oh no, wait. Is there any way to remove cold? Now I need to think about this. Because from what I'm understanding, we're just gonna get frozen. Okay. I need to actually read now.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Is there really no way to negate the cold? Because from the looks of it, we're just gonna get frozen. Because it's... when hit... inflict cold. It's not on hit. It's when hit. Which means any amount of damage we deal. Like if we use a skill against it, we get inflicted 1 cold. What are we supposed to do against that? We're just gonna get frozen. Once per skill, that means once for every skill used. That means regardless, we're just gonna get frozen. And then, if we're frozen, there's nothing we can really do about that. For some reason, Otis didn't get frozen. Why didn't Otis get frozen? I mean cold. Okay. We might be a bit screwed here. Very screwed, actually.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
편히 쉬시게.
Yeah, Yi-san's frozen now. That's not good. Ah. And that's not good. The sinister, relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow, though we don't have anything in common with the knight. Cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Stand their ground. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Okay, remove all frozen, that's great.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Oh, that's actually fantastic.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
여기가 뱃속이군.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
That's dominating.
날카롭고 정확하게 지키기 위해서.
Come on, stagger.
명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
직접 열어드리죠.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。味方が優勢
We're entering the next phase.
こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oh no.
タンテさん、
Oh, Yisang's frozen.
体の気配を感じます
Unclashable? Inflict sinking. Huh? Are we supposed to just take this? There's nothing we can do against this. 5% damage for every enemy with cold. Which is no one because Isang's technically frozen. Inflict sinking, inflict sinking, inflict 10. Bonus damage if the target is frozen here. Okay. Isang, you better live.
潜りのこいっとろ
Isang, you good?
致命傷を確認至急対処お願いします
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed, lance raised skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand can towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. Literally so close to corrosion. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when the Cineraja jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean, skill becomes clashable.
자, 봤지? 난 믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Art they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves at his stepping stone. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. A high pitch and powerful cry resonates. Gregor, you're our best bet here. Sinner Gregor brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the backstreets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle, passive deactivated. The last knight gains the knight's corpus.
지금까지 배워왔던 것들과 비교하면 쉬웠어.
Holy shit! Fluid sac now! Fluid sac now!
カンパニー戦い方
Oh my god. Isang, I need you to just guard. I need you to guard, Isang.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
여기가 뱃속이군.
敵が来ます。
Faust, we need another one!
戦闘の準備を。
Oh, this is not good in the slightest. I hope you can evade that, Isang. I mean, Ponglu. Actually, you have better odds.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Shit, he's frozen.
이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
Shit, I should have guarded. We won't have access to fluid sac. Shit! I am stupid! I'm actually stupid. Superbia. Is Sunshower gonna be enough? What do you mean? I use Superbia. Huh?
We're really risking it, huh? Isang, don't let me down.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Give everyone protection, Isang.
이 스며들 듯하는 비. 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소. 작은 나비의 날개라
Isang's dead.
이곳을 벗어날 수 있었을지.
고작 여기서
友人の
쓰러진다면
皆さんの状態に
그놈이 날
Isang's dead. I should keep track of their
불편한 점이라도
frozen
있으십니까?
status more.
이쪽으로.
Only like hit when necessary.
찢어 밝혀주마. 계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 찾아들 때까지.
차라리
Oh god,
아무것도 남지 마라.
this isn't good.
이 장-
Most of us are staggered. Oh, not again! Our only hope is to deal as much damage as possible here.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
I think we win this. Oh.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어. 지키겠단 맹세.
It's over. It's over. That was so close. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, that was really close. Really, really close. If I wasn't stupid there, it would not have been close. If I just used fluids, if I made Faust, like, use the defense skill there instead of just attacking, needlessly. Because we really didn't need to attack there. We could have just stalled. We could have just waited. Me, like, hitting the knight at that point really screwed me over. I should have been more patient with it, but hey, it's fine. We got through it in the end. We got through it. Oh my god. That was intense. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but it won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. Yeah, what difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against the enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait. This is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out towards it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. Okay. I'm guessing this is where Gregor gets his time to shine. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, and an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who claimed to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait. No. He's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Oh, this is gonna be so sick!
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 품.
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea.
The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh! The light returned to its house once more! Silence all. Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masses is near the shore. Vessel Masses is near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Caltitz immediately. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Oh! Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it, it's dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what's the name of thy noble steed?" Roche Nante. Holy! Wait, she can communicate with him? The steed's name is Roshinante? I'm gonna guess that the knight is an enemy in Arknights who also has like Roshinante, and the reason it's here is because of the fact that Roshinante, because of the similarities between it and Don Quixote. Oh! This is quite the coincidence, then. My noble steed is also named Roshinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. I'm guessing it's learning to accept, because if Don Quixote is able to make peace and like not be lonely with the pair of shoes, maybe the knight can like find the comfort in like other things apart from like companionship. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Isharm la. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Roshinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborns lurk at sea. Are you right, donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. What are you gonna fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem, mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcitz, is that true? What's going on? The doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's hardly been 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Keltis told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great. Let's return to Skadi and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Skadi listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's gonna have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel masses. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then we'll see after we retrieve the vessel masses. I'll let Doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
Holy
나도.
cow,
그러고 보니까
man.
그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가
That
없었지.
was intense.
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
And we got the EX rewards. Okay, I'm gonna take a break again to use the restroom because oh my god. Oh my god. Jeez. That was close, but that's only because of my own incompetence. Anyways, be right back again. I hath returned. Oh, we're almost done. Oh my god. Ah, more of these guys. After the fight with the Roaring Knight, I think... I think this will be a cakewalk. Also, let me just change a few things. Because, honestly, yeah, pursuant. In this scenario, we need healing that isn't reliant on envy resources. Hmm. I think this should be good.
애도의 시간이군.
Okay. Whatever's gonna happen next isn't gonna be as intense as what that was.
This sounds like a remix of the. I think this is the menu theme of Arknights. Or like the main area. Like the main menu of Arknights. This is the doctor, researcher of Rhode Island. Not nice to meet you. Well, there's the doctor. There's the doctor. After everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhode Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Isang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. Considering that they're both protagonists of their own respective games, I'm gonna give them the same voice. The clock just, ticked. And this is Dante, a manager of Limbus Company. That ticking just now was, nice to meet you. Oh, okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager Bud. Manager Bud can't talk human, so... don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which include verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Merceau, puts it sounds, yeah, it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next step of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from somewhere else to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the oceans will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrorists before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look... Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seemed pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seemed quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished their discussion with the Doctor over the plans, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Is there, something wrong with the plans? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That's good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us.
I decided to stay here anyway.
The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are. So, please, keep that communicator close to you.
I will. Hey, if Gramps...
Is there something you'd like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communication at any time. Through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down...
Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone.
Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and seafarers, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome! I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore did thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Murta? You needed us to fix the ship, that's it. We never wished you any harm. We did not then. We do not now. Well, you certainly do now. Not even a day up. You folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish had always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster ain't only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day, your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out an identity card the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amiya stood opposite Fabius.
Incoming. Get ready, everyone.
Let's stop him here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith into the sinners and push them onward. Our style is trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out.
You see, the Doctor's more defensive in the operation. Dante is more,
Leroy Jenkins, just get him. Same plan as before. Honestly, this is gonna be so easy. So much more easy.
Yeah, so much more easier than the night.
어두운 무지를 열어줘 보시라.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
여기가 급속이군.
편히 쉬시게.
지키기 위해서
꼬맹이 단정하지 않군요.
When do you gain attack weight again on the skill? Every 4 coffin. Okay.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Hit it, Greg.
내놓고 있도록.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
Yeah, no, these guys are a joke. After the Roaring Knight incident, these guys are an absolute joke.
찌그러져 있도록. 꼬맹이 단정하지 않군요. 이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
풍속에서 무차 잠들어.
불 전객은 찌그러져 있도록.
꼬맹이 단정하지 않군요.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
Oh yeah, absolutely a joke.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
무차 잠들어.
Get this man on his horse. Never mind. We'll do it next time.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Yikes. That's some nerve damage.
지키기 위해서.
나아가 주게. 직접 밝게 열어젖힌다.
Yeah, just don't attack him this round.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
지키기 위해서.
직접 발견.
Never mind. Thanks for that, Heathcliff. Why'd you have to go for him?
그대 또한 잠들게.
Probably because nobody was targeting him, actually. Great, now we get sinking. Either way, get him. What's this? Huh. So wipe it out as soon as possible. Got it.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
Make sure this old man never walks again.
명확하게.
편히 쉬시게.
Break his kneecaps. Break his spinal cord. Paralyze him from the waist down. Rupture his pancreas. Rip out his pacemaker. Send in the Grim Reaper early. Your time is up. Okay, maybe I really should have taken care of some of you.
이쪽으로.
Yeah, maybe I should have taken care of them while they were staggered. Okay, yeah, probably not the best call.
정리하겠습니다. 물결한
여기가 뱃속이군.
Well, you know what to do now, Heathcliff. Put this man in the coffin. He's already past retirement. Put him in the coffin.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
Dang. Double heads, man.
차라리
Well, if that didn't work, put him in another coffin. It's already round 13. We're taking way too long with this one.
겁나라. 네게 바쳐주지. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
One left.
이쪽으로.
직접 놓아주마.
Mission accomplished.
They are pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her head expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. Oh! We need a killer! What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. I realized Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time. Devour me? What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again. Even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh ho. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of the gourmet art. I heard that it's a pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor? Weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. This is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here! Devour me! Set sail towards your ideal! You sang, you rang. I'm sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I've found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, oh Bishop. Oh, you're the real Bishop. Don't worry. Your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayors wave their hands and Seaters climb up the vessel of the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. He was very much into it. In a very, very definitely not weird way. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayors. Kelsitz, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answers lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayors? It wasn't Fabius. Mayors was the Bishop of the Deep. Yup. We broke the wrong guy's ankles.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가 끝나지 않...
It wasn't the old man, light of the city. It wasn't the old man's ankles we needed to break. It was the child. They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more Seafarers, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, and that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Boy, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that Geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkin? It was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I am not to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. I may understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse. That is correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayors has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal world. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe they got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy. Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So, you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. Still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world, where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city. That's all. Excuse me? So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Oh, no. We don't need any more of that in the city. Also, I think the head will hunt you down for that. I think the head will, like, murk you the moment you step foot in the city. Don't tell me you're gonna invade the city alongside those monsters, then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel mass has begun to move. This is an automated sailing program? The vessel masses will now sail towards the dimensional door. You're gonna kill us all! The head will not be okay with this! You will be executed on the spot! I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust? Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light, and a voice from within. It's getting clearer and clearer. No, don't listen to that! That's Carmen! Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Sea pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient sentient non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in the case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will willfully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become star of the city level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued an Imperitus Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, then they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium Arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of war against Seaborn stubbornly stick to using traditional, low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then, can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that the fighting these... You take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspective on the matter, complicating issues. Oh, the situation will rapidly grow out of control if actually syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. Well, that's not good. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? Answer me, Mayors. What does the city need? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors. You know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone carried the city with the light. Ayan and Car. Oh no. Oh no. The light. She's going to distort, isn't she? The beam of light, the White Night and Darkest Days incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great will called We Many. Yup, she's definitely gonna distort. By doing so, we can be reborn as an altruistic life form. But at the cost of ego, the sense of self. Yeah, she's gonna distort. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborn. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them forward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible. If it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I need was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventure changed my mind. Don Quixote! Mine adventures? You don't understand how precious you all are. And how would you, when you were born in that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity, and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I need the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into a monster. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe that the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields with where Rhodes Islands have fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No. It's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small increment steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust death. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. Also, that bit about Rodyan, because incremental steps is exactly why she left the Eurodivi to do her own thing. Because she believed it wouldn't get them anywhere. Like, anywhere quick. So she needed to take drastic action, which wasn't the call. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day where the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them as Aegirs. Even when Oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life forms that seek common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shape form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she has already met the conditions to efflorescent. She's gonna get an efflorescent ego? A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait. Can people in the other world, I mean, Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. Never mind, she's just, instead of distorting, she is manifesting ego. However, what does that mean? The potential to efflorescence and ego implies the potential to distort as well. Never mind, I was wrong. She's distorting. You've been dreaming for so long, Mayers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world, and you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. She's gonna succumb. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful. There's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it's very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the inevitably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experienced with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. It's something that happened to Heathcliff. He's hearing that voice. When that singular fate that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they are engaging in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. That voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm and so warm. Yet, no. There's more to the sunshine than its warmth. Marceau speaks from experience. The sunshine. You don't share your interests with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayers. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle which will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors, The only thing you could the only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city. And then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to position. Operators are unable to approach. He's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, I. You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent. You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. This feels very reminiscent to Hohenheim. Also, Man of War. Very reminiscent. The yearning flotsam. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so little about Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had a chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she certainly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and affection of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future, an incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past the light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. We're going to enter a mirror dungeon, aren't we? A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LTB department's specialty begins. But what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're gonna need your assistance. Dr. Kalsitz. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia, and I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that the sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following mayors who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Well, in we go. We brought the sinking team this time. Do I want to bring him again? Or do I bring the poise team just to be safer? Because I know I can rely on the poise team if anything goes wrong. But the sinking team. We might just need to bring backup. In case anything goes horrendously wrong. We're gonna need all the help we can get. Well, here goes nothing, I guess.
죽음 충동 억제, 관념 봉인.
News of the war's getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the seaborne calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not? After hearing that such a terrible thing has happened. I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, it wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied an Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research.
Get lost! We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you?
They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born from the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across the vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side. Rebellion de las Masses. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayers is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures, as they cared about what was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They are not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly lifeforms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, and all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that, as it's a good thing for us to toss our problems into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I cannot let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. The rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement, with Ishmael and Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors, rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as the wall between the waves and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amiya, Please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Here we are.
애도의 시간이군.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
편히 쉬시게.
効果的な攻撃でした。
너도 누군가에겐
敵は
아껴졌겠지만
深手を負っています。
나아가주게.
여기가
By the way, is Amiya speaking Japanese?
優れた式ですね。
She is, isn't she?
천개들은 찌그러지게 받지 않아.
무차 잠들어.
They aren't using like Korean voice actors for this one. For like Amiya's one.
제거하시죠.
敵は深手を負っています。
I mean, I guess considering that they're from
손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
like different dimensions, that would make sense.
아무것도 남지 마라.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
So like have like a different language, like portray that.
그대 또한 잠들게. 열어줘.
이 속에서 비명을 질러라.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
날카롭고
Anyways, these guys are easy.
전투의 명예 따위에 기대하고
지키기
있는
힘들어.
건 없지.
지킬 게 많거든. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
There seems to be a commotion at the village square. Villagers are surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. The evil sorcerer is gone, so why won't this calamity end? Explain! Be honest, you could just stand to watch Iberia thrive, could you? If it weren't for that calamity, we would have... Look, please, I'm just here to share some research notes. What? How to fight those sea monsters? Oh, now you're looking to us for help? Newsflash, it's too damn late! These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us! The locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by Aegir's. No, put a stop to this. I can feel the mob turning towards us. The evil sorcerer, or the profound silence. He pretended to work for us, but it turned out that he was driven by envy for Iberia's prosperity. Don't try to stop us, outsiders. They came from the sea, just like the sorcerer himself. As they were protesting, the hungry, harrowed look of the villagers came into the sinner's eyes. A villager cradling an empty bundle of cloth, a child holding a staff and a hat that was far too large for him. They've all lost a lot. And that void in your heart blinds you. It makes it unbearable to keep your emotions in check. This is how they deal with sorrow. There were no emotions or intent to be found in the great calamity that devoured Iberia whole. So they sharpened their sorrows into wayward wrath against those who came from the sea, just like the calamity itself. Which means someone needs to direct their anger against the rightful foes. Irene? Step back, citizen. Even if we were to determine that the Aegis has committed crimes, it falls under the Inquisition's jurisdiction to carry out the consequences. If the Aegir is innocent, do understand that your actions cannot be permitted. It seems that Irene managed to provoke some thought in the mob as they slowly walked away from the Aegir, until they eventually scattered away. Thank you. As you can see, I hail from Aegir. Ever since the profound silence, I devoted myself to studying seaborns and nether sea brand to help the land dwellers. I don't know where my colleagues have gone, but what's the point of this anymore? They don't want my help, so why should I give it to them? He seems crestfallen by his experience at Iberia. They might not, but there has to be someone who needs your help. Maybe so. Maybe it was just a matter of what they actually want. I should approach this more carefully and possibly find a different research angle. Maybe it should be about trying to find a way to restore the soil from all the salt that destroyed it. Oh, if you're heading out to sea, would you take this with you? These are years worth of sea terror research notes. Take them. Maybe you'll find more use for them than I or the land dwellers did. After handing over his research notes, the Aegir walks away with an unburdened expression. Sea-terror
사냥을
research notes.
위해서라면
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소! 림버스 컴퍼니의 皆さんとご一緒できて
무지를
本当に嬉しいです。
풍속에서 아무차 잠들어.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
편히 쉬시게.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 効果的な攻撃でした。
여기가 엽성의 전투의 명예 따위에 기대하고
囚
있는
人
건
の皆
아니겠지.
さんの状態に何か変化が。
이 땅과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀어.
敵は深手を負っています。
이쪽으로.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것. 직접
敵は深手を負っています。
이쪽으로.
풍속에서
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
퇴거하시죠.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Oh god, somebody has to hit it. Should be good.
나아가 주게.
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버리.
This is gonna be like a non-issue until we get to like the final node.
사무차 잠들어.
밝게 열어졌지.
Like nothing will be as hard as the Roaring Knight. I keep wanting to bring this up. The Roaring Knight was insane, man.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Like, oh my god. Also the introduction of a new status effect known as the Cold.
퇴거하시죠.
Nice.
죽음 충동 억제. 관념 봉인.
Just more of these guys. More of these guys with this guy. Okay.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기.
効果的な攻撃でした。
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
敵は深手を負っています。
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
징저 밝혀주마.
オペレーター並みの腕前です。
목을 내놓고 있도록. 풍속에서
전투에 명예 따위를 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
이게 다친 지성을
나도 지킬 게 많거든. 씨, 퇴거하시지요.
敵は深手を負っています
They made a mess of the floor again. Somebody activate the Roomba. This is taking so long. Oh, you're struggling.
나아가주게.
How many more times do you have to go through this?
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました
네 전투에 명예 따위를 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Oh, Roger.
소맨이 단정하지 않군요.
Nice, our floor's clean again.
確認する必要
Nev-
がありそうです管理人
Is it? It's still here. Honestly, focus down this guy. We need him gone immediately.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Our nervous system's looking pretty bad right now.
불결한 것.
Holy
敵を食い止められます
20? No, I'm not dealing with 20. No, we need to get this quick, man. I don't wanna do this for ages, man. Is this what they meant by the beach that makes you old? Because I'm gonna be here fighting these guys until I'm an old geezer? No. Heathcliff, get their ass.
내게 바쳐주지.
Show them who the real king is.
이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
Ow, ow, ow. What? Ow.
그놈이 날 얼마나 비웠겠나.
What? Why did that backfire so horrendously?
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
What happened? Why did that backfire so horrendously? Oh god! Somebody turn on the Roomba.
이쪽으로.
That went so badly. What happened?
깊게 닫힌 지사에게 여러 정신다. 아이고.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Well, at least we got through the fight.
겁나를 내게 맞춰주지.
편히 쉬시게. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
차라리
But our HP is looking pretty bad. That wasn't worth it. That really wasn't worth it. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are distributing something to the visitors. I thank the ocean's blessings. No. We only wish to help you sate your hunger. Even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly you've traveled far to get here. Welcome. Sorry, everyone. Please understand that they're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but they should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish, huh? Ami and Irene called them Finbees. Huh. Let the other people have it first. There were people starving hungrily at our food, so we handed it over. They began shoveling in food as though they've missed more than a few meals. Unless they slow down, they're gonna make themselves sick. Without any reason to stay, we left the building. I felt a little prick on the back of my head, as though the hooded people were staring at us as we walked by, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear. Okay, so that's the nothing happens option. Should've pocketed it. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. At the center of its brilliant golden light must be Mayor's. Let's take a quick break here. Wait, no, that was the doctor. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amia might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Calcit suggested. Executive manager. If it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggyback. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of utopia at the center of the light is something. Seaborn's nearest only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for those times we spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayers? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. Alright. Let's rest up for a bit before moving out. After taking in enough rest, we continued toward the refracted light. Oh, thank God. After that catastrophe, we really needed it.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
Okay. Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tide that Miss Mayer is trying to summon is to douse it. Will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out. Strange power courses through me. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of the encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
I did say earlier that I did, do the mirror dungeon. Which means I did see this coming. I just didn't know the events that would happen beforehand. I honestly legitimately thought throughout the entirety of that Mayers was legitimately a good person. Little did I know that things would turn out like this. But we have to see it through. This is unclashable. Yep. If this doesn't do damage, I mean, best case scenario, just attack her. Burn all of the weaker skill. Apart from Hong Lu, because he does that anyways. I'm so happy that Mayers has SP. That means we can make her depressed, which will hinder her severely.
戦闘の準備を。
Wait, indiscriminate. Prioritize allies. Never mind. That says apply. Yeah. We don't want that. We really don't want that.
나아가주게.
직접 밝혀주마. 무쳐 잠들어.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
여기가 급속이군.
Quickly, make her sad.
정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록 기대받지 않은 것들은
ドクターのよう
모조리
に
치워버린다.
優れた式ですね。このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Oh, that's not good. As always, the music is hype. The music is absolutely so hype right now.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
가둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
이제 보자. 하나를 찔렀어.
지키기 위해서.
Okay.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Indiscriminate. Okay, we need to clash with that now. I believe in Isang. Or actually, we could do this. Because honestly, I'll rely on the guy that has 45 SP. I'm sorry, Yi Sang, but I don't have that much faith in you.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
쉬시게.
And also, we can decrease Mayor's SP by a bunch beforehand.
効果的な攻撃でした。
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다. 하!
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh, somebody needs to hit the button. By that I mean activate the Roomba. Okay. This is looking a bit more rough now. Yeah, okay, a lot of this isn't good. Oh, come on.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Yeah, we can't win that one. Nice work, Honglu.
열어드리죠.
敵は深手を負っています。
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
Oh god, nerve damage is looking real rough. Nice, Honglu.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
Sun shower to set up sloth. To set up the sloth damage. And also to deal some damage to everyone. Because we really need it right now.
직접 열어드리죠.
지키기 위해서.
Okay. For every 3 nervous impairment? We're really not dealing damage fast enough, man. Okay, just keep killing the sea terrors. Oh, you get coin power when you're on top of Sea Brand. Okay.
겁날 내게 바쳐주지.
지킬 게 많거든.
편히 쉬시게. 전부 그대를 기릴 테니.
네 전투의 어제
I hope the Pathos Mathos is enough. Barely.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
찢어 발겨주마. 풍속에서
敵は深手を追っています。
Hey, Cliff, I think I need you to board your horse right now. Oh my god, because of the C brand. I guess you can just take this time to get ego passives up.
불편한 점이라도 있으십니까?
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
Because here's my thinking, right? I'm not sure if this happens before or after the clash. Like whether or not like the base power thing takes effect like after we get rid of it, or on turn end. So that's my main concern. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Speed ranges really aren't in my favor. Okay, maybe not pursuing. Bygone days? You're gonna have to just take this.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
Activate the Roomba.
풍속에서
Okay, I think it's when it happened.
안내해주지.
I think. Yeah.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부질없다 해도
So I think that's like a safe
좀
assumption,
풍진
right?
세상으로.
Okay, half health.
You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi.
Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day.
So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep?
Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences.
You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences.
But is survival alone not enough? I thought the bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me.
Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please, step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayor. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth value in that process alone. In the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to the life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro Myrto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progression, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism towards their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab my frustrated heart. Stultified, unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even her sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks, the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way. some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answers that lie right in front of me. And all I need to do is to find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Ah, who's there? Whose voice is... What? Did Carmen break through? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that was sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image of those words drew in my mind was clear. Clearer. And more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city. They've both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then... You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then... Even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival. Worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need for the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regret, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right. The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one you've walked. Then you confront them both. It can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of selves? And that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinctive possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days. Despite our best effort, some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought? It doesn't make much of sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She, a seaborn shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, an endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayors' wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayor. Answer me, Miss Mayor, once again. What does Terra truly need? You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again? In search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another. And it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayor. It's such a prideful thing to do. Okay, we're halfway through. I'm gonna stop here real quick and get a glass of water. Because, oh my god, I am parched. We'll be right back. We're back. Let's end this. One more push. Oh dear God. For every... Oh no. We have so much nervous impairment. Well, that doesn't look good. Really doesn't look good.
이쪽으로.
Come on.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
We need to get her sanity low enough. Did she just get back 45 sanity? Oh my god, she's gaining sanity.
모든 무상무정 시전해봐야
Even as we clash, she's gaining sanity.
기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
Oh, there goes Hong Lu.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히 보겠는가?
나는
Hit him with
이
it.
왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
저 밑에서 나를 부르는
Oh my god, a bunch of us are staggered.
여기가 엽석이군.
Oh my god, how many of us are staggered?
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면
Tides carry away the windows to Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's in the dungeon of the Fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breath, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into our memories. The machine continued to twirl loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatuses attached to the sockets on their side. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's familiar. She's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it says, little handy down there. This is an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint the Inquisitor brought. Ah, then shout this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles. Rhodes Island already seem to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably just take one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take one of the machines. Oh, yes please. Against stagger? Yes please. Incremental motion firmware detected. Activating blockade command. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds helpful.
皆さんしっかりして
Does this mean we don't get staggered anymore? Oh, thank God, we're fine. Oh God, one of you is gonna get hit.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Isang. Is Yi-sang staggered? Fluid sac? Okay, that's bad. Always count on the Patos Matos.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Please don't do a lot. Seven damage, that's fun. 66. $73.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh my God, Heathcliff. Okay, hold on. Which one of you aren't going for Heathcliff? It's just Heathcliff and Otis! And like one guy going for... Okay. I hope you can evade, Otis. I hope you can evade that.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
여기가 엽석이군.
That still does a lot of damage.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Like an absurd amount of damage.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Nice, Otis.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Otis is quite literally the GOAT right now.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니. 정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Please don't do a lot of damage.
Limbusカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, well, that's fucking great. I hope you can tank it.
나아가주길.
Okay, the shield is like a big issue.
But we are getting it down. But can we last long enough to get it low enough? She's just so tanky. And our sinners are getting staggered 2 at a time.
이쪽으로.
But we are getting there.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
She can't handle the amount of sinking we got. Stagger, capitalize. Capitalize on it now.
겁나라. 내게 바쳐주지.
Get her! She's so close!
직접 열어드리죠.
Oh, this should be it. This should be it. Faust, finish her.
즉시
It's over. It's over. We win. Oh, that took a while. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these 2 unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayor, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Masses. Battle complete. Vessel Masses, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayor? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the Dungeon of Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on our mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get
We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were before. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air. As a strange shadow looms over the ship, is it the Roaring Knight again? Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Brace! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks, mucking it up like right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see. They're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborn, about the size of... No, slightly larger than the vessel masses. Amiya's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no. Something's causing these currents to go wild. We're trying our best to maintain evasive maneuvers as long as possible, but... We can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take vessel masses to cross the dimensional door. Does Rose Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so please keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborn as it swims by. Warning, multiple Leviathan class. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order... It's coming after me. Scotty, you? Yes. I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship. The moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, just as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhode Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the dungeon of the Fathom. The same could be said of us and Miss Amiya, who battled mayors in the meantime. To engage that seaborn in this particular circumstances... Oh! Something shakes the vessel masses once again. What's this now? There's more? There were indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship. However, a violent destructive sound crashes through the waves towards the vessel masses. Past the sudden wall of mist, there was... We're lucky. Or was this simply how it's supposed to go? Ish. Jar... La... It's the Roaring Knight! The Roaring Knight has appeared! Sir Knight? Two seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at the giant of a sea monster. Like Hong Lu said, the knight charged right at the giant rough wave at the great seaborn, as though he had hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repel that seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel masses ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like everyone to trust me on this one. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This, Kelsitz seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all gonna be okay? We can stay a bit longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Amiya pointed towards the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or... What if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say the goodbye to the Iberian Sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is gonna be at the Inquisition? Merda. Try not to drop into the Iberia next time, you got that? Sure. Let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow manages to stop inches from the dimensional door. Oh my god, it's Roshinante! It's the Knight's Roshinante. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday. I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield. Terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island, defending the vessel masses, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Where is... Is this Yi Hong Yuan? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same place, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in the areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LTCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug at my heart. And ego I don't ever recall extracting. No. Roshinante, prithee, avail me but 5 more minutes of... Scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settled. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? He said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who'd been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yihong Yuan. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on. Time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life? I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out from a long dream. This was an incredible collab.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서
Oh my god.
끝나지 않은 거지?
Well, that's the Arknights collab. I'm so happy I finished it, man. That was so good. Huh. Like, really didn't know what to expect from this collab, but the story was really good. Like, Mayers was a compelling antagonist. I also didn't expect her to just distort like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did see it in the mirror dungeon. I just didn't know it was because... Like, it was... I just didn't know the circumstances behind it. And I also loved, like, a bunch of the interactions. And how everyone reacted to, like, their, like, own separate worlds, like, own individualities. Like how... Amiya and the others are reacting to Dante's, like, reviving them. This is great. Like, it's a shame that it's gonna go soon. I guess this is like a record of everyone. But that also means we won't... Like, but like the goat, the Roaring Knight. My goat, the Roaring Knight. I was not expecting that. My god. That fight was so sick. And also harder than it needed to be because I was stupid.
And also,
한눈 팔지 마세요.
we got Scotty.
말은 당신에게
That means we have
파도는
3 of
반드시
4
밀려올
left.
테니.
3 of the 4 left. Okay. Now that it's over, we're gonna do some gamba. Okay, but in preparation for this, I've been saving. I've skipped a few of the banners to get as much lunacy as I possibly can. For I just mainly sharded everyone, and I didn't use any of the tickets from Chichun's one, spring cultivation. So I'm hoping it's enough. I also decreased the ego pool. As you saw, I had binds, which I didn't originally have, which I used using the ego crates to lower the pool to give me better odds, because you can't pull for ego again, so if you get it out of the pool, it's gone for good. So hopefully that helps me here. Hopefully this is enough. I am at least guaranteed 1 pity exchange. So I'm hoping I pull 2, so I can pity the last one. I'm genuinely scared that it's not gonna be enough, because I want everyone. I want all of them. I really do hope it's enough. And, if it isn't, you know what a certain black masked figure would say? A certain grade 9 fixer would say? This is this, and that's that. Let's go, let's get cracking. Let's go gambling! Oh, we got something. Nothing new. It's Wild Hunt Heat Lift. Another one. Let's go gambling. Again, nobody knew. Am I pulling at the right one? Yeah, I am. We just need 2 of the 3. That's all we need. Come on. Come on. I will manifest ego. I will. That's all the tickets. We're moving on to the lunacy now. Oh, we still have one more. Come on. Oh. Nobody knew. Come on. After everything, come on. After the ordeal I had to go through. Come on. I know I'm looking for blue, so I hope I'll find it. Oh, come on! I just need 2 blue. I just need 2. Oh, that's really bad. We burned through a lot already. Come on! This is severely unlucky. It's the Aru situation all over again. No! It's not the Aru situation all over again. Please don't let it be so. Please don't let it be so. No! Come on. I believe. I'm a believer. Blue! Faust!
한 야정,
That's one! One more! One more!
희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을
We need one more! One more.
출근 중에는 되도록 건드리지 않았으면 하오만.
Oh, it's W. Yisang.
무엇이오?
We just need one more. Let's go gambling! Let's go gambling! Okay, we can pity one. Let's pity Gregor.
눈부시지 않다고.
Now that's out of the
위험하지.
pool. All we have left is Honglu. Oh. It's really looking bad. But come on. Show me blue, come on. Come on. We are so close. Just one more and I reach my goal. One more and I reach my goal. One more and I reach my goal. One more. Come on. One more and I reach my goal. One more. One more. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We don't have that many pulls left. It's actually really dire. Like, really dire. Oh, come on.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
Are you kidding me? I did not want to see you here, Bride Gregor. I did not want to see you here. I did not want to see you here. Come on. Blue. Blue, do not, please. Ah, come on. When it mattered the most, please don't let me down. Don't let me down when it mattered the most. I've been let down. That's a shame. That's like all my lunacy. And the one I didn't pull is Hong Lu. God damn it. I was so close too, man. But hey, we got 3 of the 4. That was just severely unlucky. Damn. What are the probabilities of these? 1.3? Like, my Wolpergus luck isn't as bad as this. Jeez. When it mattered the most. Oh well. I'm sure I can make it back to at least be able to pull again. But yeah,
식사는 했는가?
You know what? As a certain black mask figure would say, this is this and that's that. And I can't really argue, I got what I wanted. With others, I guess. I'm happy with everything except Bride Gregor. I'm not happy about Bride Gregor. I did not want to see him today. But hey, other than that, I'm happy. It's not all bad. Really isn't all that bad. Maybe that's cope. Maybe that's cope. It wasn't all that bad, honestly. Let's use up the rest of the tickets on other things. Because I also have a bunch of other things playing around. Damn, only one? And it's not even something new. Damn, my luck must be so unlucky today. I must be so unfortunate today. Damn. Oh well. I guess that's it. For Limbus Company specifically. Because I have something else in mind that I could do for a bit. Because we're not only pulling in Limbus, we're pulling in Arknights too. We're gonna be doing some headhunting. Because Monitor is here. And I kinda wanna pull for Monitor. I haven't played this, like, a lot. But I'm willing to spend everything on Monitor. Because I just think she's neat. Also, I would like to say something. 6,000 to headhunt. 6,000! That is not sustainable in this economy! I'll have to mortgage my house to be able to afford this! But oh well. Eh? Oh. I guess I was awake so long that that the dailies reset. Anyways, let's go gambling. I don't think this is it. But wait, is it?
Hello, Doctor. I'm Totter. Long-range
Hello.
sniping's my specialty. You can leave any task to me as long as it's a work day.
Like I said, I haven't played Arknights as much. Like, it's been a while.
You're the doctor of Rhodes Island? I've heard so much about you. I signed this, and you'll be an official friend of Windscoot. Any help you might need, just... no, I know how to write my name. It's... Where do I sign?
Thank you, Winscoot.
Hello, I'm Myrrh.
Hey, Mer.
An herbalist.
I already have you.
Hi there. Are you the doctor that's in charge here?
Wind chimes.
I heard I could get treatment for erypathy in exchange for work here. Oh, right. Just call me Wind Chimes. It's a name that represents hope.
Londinium citizen self-salvation callcaster Rock
Rock.
reporting in. Doctor, we've had a few misunderstandings in the past, but I'm not blinded by those old prejudices anymore. I hope we can have a good working relationship.
Next. What? Listen, I might have had bad luck in Limbus, but not here. Definitely not here. Welcome, Monitor.
Let me concentrate on accomplishing my mission.
Hello, Monitor. Welcome. I definitely... Listen, my luck may have been bad in Limbus, but it certainly ain't here in Arknights. I'll tell you that. Oh, that made my day so much better.
I'm Totter. Long-range
You know what? I'm fine. I'm fine now. Sure, I didn't get Honglu, but you know what? That's fine. I got Monitor. I got Monitor. I'm fine with that now. Sure. You know what? I'll spend money for Honglu. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna spend money for Honglu. I'm just gonna pay for the ego. Maybe. I'm still considering whether or not that's like a fully functioning option for me, honestly. I might consider it. I mean, it is the Arknights event. Might as well pull out all the stops, but that's probably gonna be my last option.
My job is to protect the other troublemakers on my team, I guess.
Monitor. Oh my god, we got Monitor! It makes up for everything. It makes up for everything. You know what? We're good. We're ending this off on a high note. That makes up for everything. So anyways, thank you for coming into the stream today. This has been Cagliostro. Even if you've only tuned in for a little bit. Yeah, so thanks for coming here today. Even if you've only been here for a little bit, if you only like watched for like maybe a few seconds and then left, maybe you just like left one message in chat and then left. What matters is that you're here, that you were here, and that you considered supporting me, which I am very much grateful for. So, thanks. This has been Cagliostro. Thank you for watching my Limbus Arknight stream. But I'll be seeing you. Goodbye.